Halo Bu Ika.
Iya, good morning. Bisa kita mulai ya? Hey, so good morning everyone. Welcome back to our second day of international seminar between UNCRIS and USPU. And today's agenda will be an open lecture of cultural and educational orientation dedicated to the presentation of cultural values of Russia, virtual exhibition about the history of the Urals, Russian language teaching masterclass, and there will be a scientific and methodological seminar about the system of higher education in the Russian Federation and the Republic of Indonesia. Now we will start with the first agenda. It's an open lecture of cultural and educational orientation dedicated to the presentation of cultural values of Russia. Dear speaker, are you ready?
Yes, good morning to everyone.
Good
How
morning.
are you there in Indonesia?
We are great, thank you. What about
Hope you are
you?
fine. I should share the fact that today we have snow
Oh,
falling in Russia, and it's real winter. The winter
wow.
began in our
Yeah.
vicinity. So, and I'm today my mission is to get you familiarized. Can we open my presentation, please? Yes, and the first slide. Thank you. My mission is to get you familiarized with the most famous people in Russia, whose names are known in the whole world due to their activity, their work, and their prolific life. Do you hear me okay?
Да, Русана, нас хорошо слышно.
Okay, thank you very much, because I have to be sure in that. So, не хочет, doesn't work. Куда я должна кликать? It
Everything
works,
is
okay.
okay. Okay. Yeah.
We will talk about real influences of the world of the past, whose achievements are still popular and give food for thought in many different spheres, like cosmonautics, physics, chemistry, music, literature, psychology, philosophy, sport, and many, many other fields. For today, I have chosen 3 significant figures to tell you about in more detail. Each made an immense contribution in their own sphere of professional activity. We will start with Konstantin Tsiolkovsky. He was a Russian self-taught scholar who developed theoretical questions in cosmonautics and speculated on challenges of space exploration. He was born in 1857 in the family of a forester, so in a common family. He didn't receive, due to that, any formal education, but he was a very curious person and constantly engaged himself in self-education. And in 1879, he passed the exam to become a public school teacher. He taught mathematics and physics, and in parallel, he developed his own projects of building airplanes, full metal airships, and later of rocket technology. He published numerous works at his own expense, and he proposed ideas for space elevators and air cushion trains. He believed that the development of life on one of the planets would one day achieve such power and perfection that it would allow overcoming gravitational forces and spreading life throughout the whole universe. His ideas served as a significant impetus for the development of the foundations of rocketry and spacecraft engineering. He justified the use of rockets for space flights. Um, he justified the use of rockets for space flights, and as early as 1920s concluded that rocket trains, prototypes of multi-stage rockets, were necessary. He contemplated the challenges of human survival in weightlessness during long space flights. His main scientific works, including those on aeronautics, rocket dynamics, and cosmonautics, began with attempts to use mathematical tools to solve fantastical problems. Many researchers characterized Tsiolkovsky as a thinker who was significantly ahead of his time. The start of the space era, which coincided with the centennial of his birth in 1957, yes, provided a powerful impetus for studying his achievements. His role for our country is so great that he has monuments in Moscow and other cities, and in 1954, the Tsiolkovsky Medal was established in Russia, and in 1961, a crater on the far side of the moon was named in honor of this wonderful scientist. When in 2010, I happened to visit the Science Museum in London. The first thing I saw, having stepped through the threshold, was the quotation of Tsiolkovsky. "The earth is a cradle of the mind, but we cannot live forever in a cradle." So this man was an active dreamer whose dreams are just starting to come true very, very gradually. I know that in Indonesia, you also have National Institute of Aeronautics and Space, and now you know that such institutions came to be possible due to this wonderful man. Okay, the next figure chosen by me is Leo Tolstoy. Maybe you have heard his name. Hope you did. He is one of the most renowned Russian writers and thinkers, considered one of the greatest novelists of the world. He was born in 1828 into an aristocratic family. He participated in the Crimean War in the years stated on the slide. This year also was known as the Turkish year, the Turkish War, as we fight it, the Turkeys for the Crimea at that time. He was an educator, a journalist, a religious thinker. By the way, he was excommunicated from the church due to his difference in views. So he was very direct in expressing his views. He became a corresponding member of the Imperial Academy of Sciences in 1873 and an honorary academician in the field of fine literature in 1900. He was nominated for the Nobel Prize several times, as you see on the slide, in 1902, 1903, 1905, but later he decided to decline further nominations and never was given this prize, unfortunately. A classic of world literature. He was recognized during his lifetime as a leading figure in Russian literature. Tolstoy's work marked a new stage in Russian and world realism, serving as a bridge between the 19th century classic novel and the 20th century literature. He significantly influenced the evolution of European humanism and the development of realistic traditions in the world literature. His works have been adapted into films and staged worldwide. Tolstoy was the most published author in the USSR, and now in Russia we also may see his books in the bookstores. Some of his most famous works include the novels War and Peace and Anna Karenina, which were translated into many, many languages. Perhaps you can find them in Indonesian as well. War and Peace became a unique phenomenon in both Russian and foreign literature. This work is a profound heroic epic describing people from various strata united in resisting the foreign invasion of Napoleon troops. Behind every situation, every name, every character lies a real prototype. It is a novel about how to live, how each individual can live, and how all people together, all nations, all humanity can coexist. There are two paths in life: the pursuit of external goods, wealth, status, power, the possibility of living in leisure without contributing anything to life, and the other path, search for spiritual values, a desire to bring something good and meaningful to life. Each path has its own difficulties, griefs, and joys, but only one of them will lead to immortality of personality, to the fact that this person will be remembered for years, for centuries, maybe forever. Tolstoy was the writer who loved not only to pose problems, but also to resolve them, providing answers to deep questions in his novels. By the way, War and Peace is a very voluminous work, as it is published normally in 4 thick volumes. Equally dramatic and serious is the novel of tragic love, Anna Karenina. It encompasses deep emotional turmoil and strong sensitivity. The author aimed to portray the finest nuances of love, disappointment, jealousy, despair, and spiritual enlightenment. The novel reflects how to live fully and do what brings joy to you. All characters are right to the extent that they are willing to live their lives to the fullest. Tolstoy created the image of a strong woman capable of making serious sacrifices for her happiness. While divorcing her husband might have been impossible due to the societal norms of those times, living a lie proved too burdensome to her, leading her to throw herself in front of the train. Reading this novel prompts reflections on the more critical themes that Tolstoy wished to convey. The author of Anna Karenina crafted a work of significant emotional impact, affecting differently each person, but leaving no one indifferent. Tolstoy was not only a writer and thinker, as we mentioned earlier. In his native village, Yasnaya Polyana, he opened a school for children from peasant families, where he developed his humane pedagogical approaches. He refused the idea of authoritarian school, the idea of punishment and even assessment. The main tasks of teachers were to get children interested in learning something new, in discovering something new, to communicate on intellectual topics, to walk in nature, not to punish, to play, to read together, create something interesting for the children. No one was forced to go to this school obligatorily, but no one missed it actually. And today this school exists, and the administration of this school tries to put into life his principles of school ruling. And one more person who I admire a lot is Peter Tchaikovsky. He is rightfully one of the outstanding Russian composers of the second half of the 19th century, who gained tremendous international recognition during his lifetime. Even while he was alive, newspapers praised his impressive mastery. Tchaikovsky entered the history of the world classical music as the composer of 9 operas, 3 ballets, 7 symphonies, and of course he composed many more works, a lot of works for children, concertos, overtures, and etc. He was born, as you see, in 1840 into an aristocratic family. His parents always wanted him to be a lawyer, but he was passionate about music from an early age. Still, he got education in the sphere of law to satisfy his father, but at the age of 23, he left his job in the Ministry of Justice to focus on his creative work. In 1862, he became one of the first students at the newly opened St. Petersburg Conservatory. Many relatives didn't accept Tchaikovsky's decision to resign and focus solely on the artistic endeavors. He, along with his father and young brothers, had to move to a cheaper apartment and save on clothing and food. But in early 1866, he got invitation to move from St. Petersburg to Moscow to teach at the newly created music courses, which soon transformed into the Music Moscow Conservatory. He had around 90 students each year, and he was a very demanding teacher. From the late 1870s, Tchaikovsky's works were performed not only in Russia, but also abroad, in France, in the USA. The composer began giving concerts in Europe while continuously working on new compositions. He was a very prolific author. In 1880, Tchaikovsky wrote 1812 overture in memory of the victory over Napoleon, for which he received the Order of Saint Vladimir from the Russian government. It is one of recognized worldwide and frequently used works by Tchaikovsky. For example, you may hear it often in many, many American movies. I want you to listen to one piece of this work. Mm-hmm. Maybe you will recognize it. I hope so.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing a beautiful presentation about those artists.
I have not yet finished,
oh, yeah?
but I want you to listen to the piece of music, and
okay,
then I will continue. Mm-hmm. okay? I hope you could hear this grandiose sound of Tchaikovsky's music, orchestra music. I will continue telling about him. During the 1880s, Tchaikovsky traveled across Europe. His fame in Russia and the world grew. In 1885, Tchaikovsky became a member of the board of the Russian Musical Society and head of its Moscow branch, where he could assist young musicians and select works for the Russian Musical Society concerts. In 1891, Tchaikovsky went on tour to the USA, where he performed at the opening concert of Carnegie Hall in New York City. By 1893, Pyotr Tchaikovsky was world-renowned. In the UK, he received an honorary doctorate from Cambridge University, and his operas and ballets were successfully performed in many countries. He planned a new concert tour for 1894. However, in late October 1893, a cholera epidemic began in St. Petersburg, and Tchaikovsky contracted the disease. The composer died on November the 6th in 1893 by the personal order of Emperor Alexander III. He was buried at the Alexander Nevsky Lavra in the Necropolis of Arts at the expense of the state. I want you to listen to one more piece of his music, and I'm sure you will recognize the beginning of his world-famous first piano concerto. I hope the sound is okay on your part.
Да, все хорошо.
Mhm. Thank you very much for sharing these minutes with me. So this was a very significant personality for our country and still is, as we have a lot of monuments to him in many cities of almost in each city of our country. In ours we have several. A lot of institutions, especially musical ones, bear his name or named after him. Different contests, events are conducted in his honor, and different places are named after him. So his music is loved by and recognized even by children, loved by almost all the people and recognized by children, especially the Nutcracker. It is the ballet composed by him. It describes a magic story on the Christmas Eve. And if you have a chance, please watch one day this ballet, visit it, because it will never leave you indifferent. So, and one more thing I want to draw your attention to by the end of my presentation is again the site about Russia in Russian. Maxim, will you включите, пожалуйста, этот сайт? You were shown some parts of it yesterday, but today I want to dwell your attention to a special page where I and my students created a special project of short videos about personalities of Russia, outstanding personalities. My students made it in English and added Russian subtitles. So you can find out about other wonderful representatives of our culture and science. For example, here you see the Russian writer Fyodor Dostoevsky, who wrote, whose works also are translated into many languages, especially Crime and Punishment, because people think that it teaches to know inner sides of every person, dark sides, for example. You see here Lev Vygotsky, our psychologist, whose name was in the Soviet period better known abroad than in Russia. So he developed the ideas of developmental psychology. So he examined and researched in the field of ages, how the person or how human being develops through ages, and especially he developed children's psychology, and many of his ideas are taken in pedagogical approaches, in teaching approaches worldwide, around the world. So here you can see our representatives, best representatives in sports. For example, Lev Yashin was our golden goalkeeper. And with him, our football team won different championships. Here you see Valentina Tereshkova, the first woman cosmonaut. You can find out her biography, how she came to be a cosmonaut, how this idea appeared in Russia, in the Soviet Union. Also, of course, we couldn't pass by Yuri Gagarin. And recently, we had an international friendship party, and we invited our international student from, if I'm not mistaken, from Cambodia, who was named Yuri after Yuri Gagarin. His parents admired these personalities so much that they decided to name his son, in spite of the fact that they are from another country, to name him with the Russian name Yuri Gagarin. And Nikolai Berdyaev is a very controversial figure in Russian philosophy, whose ideas were also spread very much all over the world, as he had to move from Russia because of his criticism to different spheres of Russian life, government and religious and so on and so forth. And not many people were agreed with his views. And but still his views and his works gave food for thought to many generations of philosophical trends. Here you may find out about Anton Makarenko, our best representative and best example of a teacher, because he really gave his life in order to raise orphans in the most difficult times in Russia. After the revolutionary period, there were many orphans after the Civil War and World War, the First World War. There were many orphans in Russia, and he helped these parentless children to grow into real positive personalities, into good citizens of the new country, of the Soviet Union. And these people were very grateful to Anton Makarenko, because there was no interest in them to anyone except this very man. And they could live a normal life only due to him, to his ideas of labor camp, where the children themselves were administering the whole life. Vladimir Dal is a wonderful lexicographer and ethnographer who created the explanatory dictionary of the living great Russian language. So we all know this dictionary, we use it, and we can find explanation almost to all the words in Russian. So if you learn our language, you can also use this dictionary. It will help you a lot. So Mikhail Lomonosov is an example of a wonderful and all-rounded personality, because he was a scientist, a chemist, a musician, a poet, and whatnot. He was born in a simple family, in a family of common people, and he almost on foot came from the north of Russia to Moscow, studied on his own, and at the end, he became a great scientist and even opened the first Russian university. Moscow State University was born due to him, was originated by him, and is named after this person. Dmitry Mendeleev is also a great scientist who influenced the chemistry development of the science of chemistry in all over the world. And I want you to see at least one of the videos of my students, because the video about Dmitry Mendeleev is the shortest. I want to learn about him from the video of my student. Максим, включите, пожалуйста, this video. Менделеева, там зайдем в Менделеева, и там open video.
Hello, I'm going to tell you about famous Russian chemist Dmitry Ivanovich Mendeleev. He is best known for his contribution to the creation of periodic table of chemical elements. Dmitry Ivanovich Mendeleev was born on the 8th of February in 1844. In 1861 he published a textbook called Organic Chemistry, which earned him the prestigious Demidov Prize and placed him at the forefront of Russian chemical education. On the 6th of March in 1869, Dmitry Mendeleev presented the first periodic table to the Russian Chemical Society. He formulated several important principles, including the periodic law, which states that when elements are ordered by their atomic weights, certain properties of the elements repeat periodically. Unlike other chemists, Mendeleev correctly arranged the elements of the periodic table. Although many other scientists made important contribution to the development of the periodic table, Dmitry Mendeleev was the first chemist to use trends in his periodic table to correctly predict the properties of missing elements. One of the features of Mendeleev's scientific career was its relevance to the economic development of Russia. Mendeleev was especially interested in oil, coal, metallurgical and chemical industries. He studied the composition of oil, hypothesized that it formed deep within the earth, and predicted that it would become a key component of the world economy. Thank you for your attention. Now, my questions for you. What science did Mendeleev study? What is the basic law of the periodic table? Why was Mendeleev interested in metallurgical industry?
So you see the example how this part of this site is organized. So if Максим, можно еще раз в Менделеева зайти? If you come here into each piece of information about each author, you will see that you may see the video, you may have the script of the video, you may have a test on on this text, and different worksheets with exercises and keys to check yourself. So in about each outstanding person, the information is organized like this. So while learning the Russian language, this may be an intermediate resource to find out about Russian culture and Russian people, and to practice some information with the help of English in our language. So as my next speaker is a bit, the coming of her delayed due to some problems because of the snow. We have problems on the roads. That's the normal thing in Russia because it comes always unexpectedly. I can I can show you some more information about this site, about Russia in Russian. Максим, давайте еще про кого-нибудь покажем, например, про Юрия Гагарина. About Yuri Gagarin, I hope you know the person. Just one video, and I hope we will then continue our program according to the agenda.
Hello, my name is Polina, and I'd like to tell you about Yuri Alexeyevich Gagarin. Yuri Alexeyevich Gagarin was a Soviet pilot and a cosmonaut who became the first human in space. In 1961, he orbited Earth aboard the Vostok 1 space capsule, the first ever crewed spacecraft. After Soviet Union decided to launch a human being to space, a secret nationwide selection process was started. And in 1960, Gagarin was chosen, with 19 other pilots. Gagarin further selected for an early training group known as the Sochi 6, who would make up the first cosmonauts of the Vostok program. This historic 180-minute flight was on the 12th of April in 1961. Gagarin became the first human to travel into space, launch into orbit aboard the Vostok 1, and he was only 27 years old. For roughly an hour, Gagarin looked down on Earth from 170 kilometers above, a view no other person had seen before. And then, after parachuting from his spacecraft 7 kilometers from the ground, he found himself standing in a field, asking a shocked farmer if he could borrow a telephone to call Moscow. Gagarin's flight was a triumph for the Soviet space program, and he became a national hero of the Soviet Union and Eastern Bloc, as well as a worldwide celebrity. newspapers around the globe published his biography and details of his flight. He was escorted in a long motorcade of high-ranking officials through the streets of Moscow to the Kremlin, where, in a lavish ceremony, Nikita Khrushchev awarded him the title Hero of the Soviet Union. Other cities in the Soviet Union also held mass demonstrations, the scale of which were second only to World War II victory parades. Gagarin's international visits were remarkable because they came at the height of the Cold War. He was someone who would travel not only between Earth and space, but also between the open and closed worlds of East and West. But later, Gagarin himself never flew in space again. In 1962, after Vostok 1, Gagarin began serving as a coach for the future cosmonauts of the Soviet Union and was elected to the Central Committee of the Young Communist League. He later returned to Star City, the cosmonaut facility, where he spent several years working on designs for reusable spacecraft. It's even more of a tragedy then that he's lost his life during a routine training flight on the 27th of March in 1968, when his plane crashed. His ashes were placed in the Kremlin wall, and a lunar crater and asteroid 7072 Gagarin are named in his honor. So, thanks for your attention, but could you answer my questions? The first one, for what job Yuri Gagarin applied after his flight? How many minutes did the flight take? And what was the name of the spacecraft Gagarin flew in? I hope this material will be useful for you, and I wish you luck in broadening your minds and learning something new about Russian culture.
So thanks for your attention. If you have any questions after my presentation, I will be glad to answer.
Okay, thank you very much for the beautiful presentation. And we got to know the prominent figures in Russia, such as the writer, the poet, the musician, even like a chemist and so on. And now maybe we have some questions from the participants. Is there any question? Yeah.
Ya, boleh Bu.
Ya, silakan Bapak.
Ya, good morning all. Hello Daria.
Good morning.
You look very
Happy
wonderful
to see
today.
you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, and you look very wonderful today. Yeah. Yes. I think Russian literature or like a novel, poem has developed since the imperial era until the formation of the Soviet Union. Yeah. During the Soviet Union, the influence of the socialist revolution and ideology was very large in the development of literature. Yeah. One of the most influential figure was Maxim Gorky with his social realism. Gorky inspired many Indonesian writers like
Anantatur.
Pramodia Anantatur was the great writer in Indonesia who produced many great literary works in Indonesia. Two literary works from the past that were influenced by ideology and something during the socialist revolution still influence the development of the modern literature in Russia today.
Yes, you're right. Thank you for mentioning, for knowing our representatives. Yes, Maxim Gorky was also one of the outstanding writers in our, mostly in Soviet period of Russia. Yes. Every child studies his works at school, has to read his works at school. Yeah.
Yeah, I read about Maxim Gorky, the Sons of the Suns. the propaganda and others novel
But
from
his works cannot be named propaganda. Actually, he is much deeper as the author than just propagandist of revolutionary ideas.
yeah, yeah. And Maxim Gorky inspiring many activists in Indonesia during the
Oh, really?
Reformation movement
In
in
1998.
1998.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
I'm
so,
the one of very admire Maxim Gorky. Yeah.
okay, now I
Just like
see.
that.
Thank you, Mr.
Very
Reza.
interesting to know.
Yeah. Is there any more question?
Speaker,
Yeah,
Hello?
silakan.
can I speak in English maybe?
Sure.
Okay. Good morning,
Good
Madam.
morning.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to
Okay.
meet you too.
After attending your presentation, my impression is your country is very amazing. Your country
Thank you.
has famous people in the world. As far as I know, Russia is home to rich cultural diversity, natural beauty, and has the largest natural gas reserve in the world. Is this right?
I guess so, because the territory is rather big, and we occupy different climatic regions from the north to the south, and from the different parallels from the west to east, and that is why the nature and the resources in the soil resources are really, really very diverse, and each part of the country may be famous for mining some unique resources and elaborating them, processing them, and producing some interesting things of it. We will show you the next point of our agenda today is to show you the Ural's treasures, yeah, what we are mining and producing here. So, but in every region of Russia, we have something unique to share with the other regions and with the world.
Okay. And then one more question. As far as I know, Russia is nicknamed the country of the red beard, right? This nickname is known to have existed since Russia was still called the Soviet Union. My question is, why is Russia nicknamed the country of the red beard?
Beer, you mean bear, no?
Bear, yeah, bear, sorry. Bear, red bear.
So the animal, right?
Yes, animal.
Animal,
Why
yes.
Russia
I don't know
nicknamed?
why this animal, the bear, is considered to be the symbol of Russia, but still, yes, it is really so. Red because of the revolution, which happened in 1917 in our country, and put everything upside down, so changed the life of people immensely. And bear because it's one of the popular animals in our forests, and sometimes it even comes out to people when he doesn't have enough food in the forest. But it is, on the other side, is a very dangerous animal for people, and without special knowledge you cannot communicate, do something, come close to this animal. So maybe to some people, Russian people are not that easy people to communicate at first, because really in our character there is such a feature that we do not maybe welcome very much people who we don't know, But as soon as we know a person closer, so this will be a most welcoming person for a long period of life of our life. So we may seem like these unsmiling bears for somebody, but still, when you know us closer, it is not so.
The bear from Russian also very popular and very famous in Indonesia only, especially for the kids. There's a movie from Russian, Marsha and the Bear. I
Yes,
think.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
right.
So
It's
this is
much
also
Very
the
popular.
characteristic
Right.
that it is a very popular symbol of Russian culture.
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
Daria, is it still okay if we open one more question?
Yes, of course.
Oke, ada lagi yang mau bertanya? Silahkan.
Ibu moderator boleh?
Silahkan, Ibu.
Okay, good morning to Daria.
Good
Greetings
morning,
from
Helen.
Jakarta.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again today. Actually, I don't have a question, but I have a comment that during your presentation, so I felt that I was in the class at the POTFAC because as a foreign student, you know, that who studied in Russia, we have to learn about geography, literature, and culture, and Russian language, and everything. It's like I feel that I go back again to that time, and some of my
Nostalgia.
friends, yes, yeah, it's like nostalgia because we have like a very strong connection with Russia, especially those students who studied in Russia. And yesterday, some of our student of my friend who participated in this webinar, they said, Helen, it feels like we learn in the class at POTFAC again. So my comment is, we know that Russia produces world-class writers, world-class compositor, and many things, as well as the scientists like Mendeleev. So maybe one thing that we can take the positive point from our experience during we studied in Russia, as long as that your presentation this morning, that we have in some part we have to learn from Russia, especially for the pedagogic and how your country preserve this kind of knowledge from the scientists and writers and everything that the young students, young students in Russia still know up to now. I have an experience when I was in Lipetsk some years ago. I went to a museum with one of my friend who lecture in paintings, and I met like a very small student, like 4 or 5 years, and they were brought by the teachers, and they know about the sculpture of this is Tolstoy, this is Chekhov, and they know about all the writers and the scientists since they were very, very young age. So thank you for sharing for your knowledge, and it was a wonderful morning for us today. Thank you.
Good to start with, such information. Thank you very much. And actually now the next speaker has come of our program. Shall we continue?
Sure. We can go on with the next presentation. Yeah.
Ирина, идем?
So while waiting, the next will be the virtual exhibition about the history of the Urals. Okay, is the speaker ready? Right. Okay, so we are waiting for the preparation for the second presentation. Yeah, time is yours.
We are ready. So I will give the floor to the next speaker, Irina Grigorchuk, the deputy head of the Administration of International Cooperation and Public Relations, the director of the Youth Center of Russian Geographic Society of Sverdlovsk region, Irina Grigorchuk.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Меня зовут Ирина, и я рада вам сегодня представить виртуальную выставку про Урал. Сегодня мы погрузимся в историю уникального региона России, а также представим туристский потенциал, который, уверена, вас заинтересует.
Good morning, I'm Irina, and I'm delighted to present to you a virtual exhibition about the Urals. Today we'll delve into the history of the unique region of Russia and also showcase its tourist potential, which I'm sure will pique your interest.
Урал – это не просто горный хребет, это сердце России, где история сплетается с потрясающей природой, а промышленное наследие соседствует с древними традициями.
The Urals are not just a mountain range. They are the heart of Russia, where history intertwines with breathtaking nature and industrial heritage sits alongside ancient traditions.
Урал – это горный хребет, который простирается на 2500 километров, отделяя Европу и Азию.
The Urals are a mountain range that divides continents. It stretches for 2,500 kilometers, separating Europe from Asia.
Урал богат месторождениями железной руды, меди, золота, нефти и других ресурсов.
It has a treasure trove of minerals. It is rich in deposits of iron ore, copper, gold, oil, and other resources.
С давних времен Урал является центром горнодобычи, металлургии и машиностроения.
It has been a center of mining, metallurgy, and engineering for centuries.
Урал – это край уникальной природы, где хранится множество каменных палаток, пещер, минеральных источников и других природных ресурсов.
It's a land of unique nature. It holds a multitude of rock shelters, caves, mineral deposits, and other natural wonders.
А также наш Урал объединяет богатую историю и традиции, сформированные разными этническими группами.
And also it brings together a rich history and traditions formed by different ethnic groups living in the Urals.
Русское географическое общество подготовило виртуальную выставку, на которой за 8 минут можно осуществить путешествие по всей России, а дальше переместиться на Урал.
The Russian Geographical Society has prepared a virtual exhibition where you can take an 8-minute journey across all of Russia and then travel to the Urals.
На виртуальной выставке мы познакомимся с народными художественными промыслами, о том, что такое зима на Урале. Посетим демидовские маршруты, узнаем больше о таких природных достопримечательностей, как гора Неройка, вершина Монорага, хребет Кваркуш, столбы выветривания Мань-Папунер, перевал Дятлова, река Чусовая, а также узнаем о быте коренных жителей Урала, народа Манси.
On the virtual exhibition, you will get acquainted with folks of arts and crafts. You'll learn about what winter is like in the Urals. Visit the Demidov route. Learn more about natural landmarks like Mount Niroyka, the peak of Manaraga. They are enumerated on the slide, all the peculiar places, natural places in the Urals. And also you will find out about the ethnic group of the Urals, the Mansi.
Надеюсь, что виртуальная выставка вдохновит вас для будущих путешествий по России. Ждем вас на Урале.
I hope that this virtual exhibition will inspire you to travel through Russia in the future, and we are looking forward to seeing you in the Urals. So get ready to see the virtual exhibition. А мы микрофон отключаем, да?
When you were born, I was afar. But at that moment, you were the closest person to me. That is when I promised myself that I will make sure to tell you about everything I have seen, heard, and felt in my travels. About places where time stops, where your heart beats faster, but you breathe calmly. Today, I will tell you about big, breathtaking, so familiar and yet unexplored. Russia. It all started here on the Kola Peninsula. At this latitude, the tides reach up to several meters. And twice a day the waves dash against the rocks, making salty splashes and hiding the ancient stones. Beyond the Arctic Circle, I was stunned by the stark beauty of the northern nature. And I soon discovered that I wasn't alone on those rocks. The Mirrors own the area. They are so vocal. And this is where the clouds are born. I Petri Mountain. Not everyone can conquer its top at the first try, but the mountain can conquer everyone. Here you can touch the sky, feel like you are flying, and see the earth from edge to edge. I was driven by the pioneering spirit within. Here, as I was watching the sunset, I got to know the real me. I became aware that I was alive. Words cannot express it. You will understand this when you go on your own journey. And then I saw the Caucasus, so hot and refreshing at the same time. I saw the snow caps of mountain peaks and rhododendron fields. It only blooms on its 12th year. Imagine how much time it took to create this endless beauty, for it to remain in your memory forever. I descended into the canyon, looking for a shelter. I found myself in the land of eternal spring. I saw blooming lotuses at the delta of the Volga River. The These magnificent soft flowers go beyond the horizon. Here at Volga, the water and the sky collide. You feel like you are both sailing and flying along with a flock of birds. The further I went on my journey, the more intense the taste of freedom became, where the free wind infuses the clatter of hooves and the smell of a camping fire. Larger than life, Lake Baikal. At all times, it shared its fortune with human. It is marvelous in any weather. In the Far East, off the coast of the Pacific Ocean, I encountered a new friend. This is Larga, a spotted seal. I am sure you would have loved him. On the Kamchatka Peninsula, I was lucky to see the giants of the Pacific, the whales. You won't believe it, but they sing, sometimes even in unison. And I even met a bear. And I froze, so scared to move. But he was so busy fishing that he didn't even notice me. The Kamchatka Peninsula is the land of contrasts. Lifeless volcano slopes coexist with green fields. A lot is hidden from the eye over the unapproachable cliffs. But those who seek shall discover places so incredible, where time flows differently. It feels like it is either slowed down or stopped completely. I walked through Arctic Siberia to the Putarana Plateau. This is a harsh land. Here, winter lasts 9 months of the year. I sailed across Lake Itkayoyo. I saw its deep valleys and foothills, wallowing in larch forests. On the plateau, I witnessed a miracle. Oran Waterfall is among the most beautiful ones in Russia. The fast river falls down in the shape of a wide horseshoe, and white water splashes dash against black basalt cliffs. Can you feel the forces of earth and water merging? Such strong energy. There is a reason the Putarana Plateau is called the land of 10,000 lakes and 1,000 waterfalls. This is where my journey ended. I traveled many roads and saw an incredible country. Do you know what I felt at that moment? I was happy as a child. That is why I know you will understand me. This expedition changed my life forever. Life is a journey, and each has their own journey. I am sure that yours will be unforgettable. Dedicated to the dynasties of geographers and explorers who devoted their lives to studying the geography of Russia.
So do you hear me? So,
Yes.
and the next video will be downloaded in a minute, even in a few seconds. Just be patient, please. So, here it is.
Demidovsky route. 3 days, 5 cities, more than 10 unique sightseeing sites located in the heart of the Urals. Discover the power of Demidov's factories, the history of origin of industrial business in the Urals, feel the power and spirit of the Demidovs, finding yourself at the head of hot iron rivers. Feel the taste of the Urals hospitality. Plunge into the national color and artistic heritage of the Demidovs. Learn the secrets of the Urals craftsmen, which are carefully handed down from generation to generation, preserving folk arts and crafts. The Urals conquer everyone who has ever been here with its red-hot factory heart. Impress with the depth of spiritual values that reverently protect the history of the noble lands. Revealing the secrets of the people's spirituality, they root the country customs and cultures. The Demidovsky route, which combined the power and beauty of the Ural region, the flight and reach of the Russian soul, the scale and greatness of inventive thought, the land wealth and the cultural heritage of Russia. Follow the Demidov's route. Rediscover history.
Okay, so we have more videos, but while our technical specialist is downloading them, maybe you have some questions.
Okay. Thank you for showing us such breathtaking videos. It made me want to go there. And then, is there any comments or questions from the audience about the
Maybe to
videos?
Irina, as a representative of Russian Geographic Society in our university.
Yeah. Do you
Because
guys have the comments maybe about the videos, the very beautiful videos about the natures and also the people who live in Russia? Is there any comments?
Actually, we are ready. If
Oh,
there
okay.
are no questions
we can
for
continue.
now, maybe
Yes.
they will be later. We are
Yeah.
ready to show you the next video.
Yes, please.
Okay. How are you there? Did you like
So
the
much.
videos about our nature and culture?
We were mesmerized.
And maybe you have any questions?
Okay,
Oh,
me
audience?
myself, after I watch all the videos, I will very much invited to come and visit the Urals. And seems like the winter is the best time to visit there, isn't it?
For whom, how? I should say it's a bit cold. Sometimes it's
yeah?
rather cold, and but still it's nice to experience. You have to experience it at least once in a life.
Yeah, we should, right? Okay,
Because
is
you
there
don't
any?
have it.
Yeah,
As you don't have it, you have to experience.
yeah, because in our country it's very hot and humid. We have no winter here. So I think one day I have to experience it in Russia. Okay, is there any more comments or question from the floor? Ada teman-teman yang ingin mungkin membagi kisah atau pengalaman ketika menonton video yang tadi? Bagaimana teman-teman?
If not, we may continue. Mhm.
Kesima dan tidak bisa berkata apa-apa lagi kecuali mau merasakan langsung ke sana.
We want to go there.
Mr. Reza said he was mesmerized and he couldn't say even a single word. He just wanted to try to experience to go there.
You're welcome. I hope to see you one day here.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Okay. Right. If there, yeah.
Berapa jaket yang harus kita siapkan untuk kita bertahan di sana?
Do you have any suggestion? How many jackets should we bring if we visit your country?
How many what?
Jackets.
Jackets.
Yeah.
Oh, you will buy here only one, but very warm.
Oh, really?
Yes. You may come without jackets, but you will come here and buy here the one which will surely save you from the cold.
Yeah, it's like a coat, right? Yeah. Right. Ada lagi teman-teman yang ingin menyampaikan kekagumannya mungkin terkait video tadi? Kalau tidak, kita akan beralih ke speaker berikutnya.
There is a comment there.
Oh, there is a comment in the chat box. I really amazed to see all the natural culture and all about the videos of Russian. Really want to go there soon. Okay, thank you for the comments.
You are welcome.
Right. So is the next speaker ready?
Yes. So if there are no questions to Irina, we will let her go and invite the next speaker, Dr. Natalia Zavyalova. So we will.
Thank you so much, Irina. Okay, we can go to the next speaker, please. Okay, the next speaker will talk about Russian language teaching master class, presenting the methodology of learning the Russian language in the context of Russian culture, implementation of a communicative approach in teaching Russian as a foreign language. Right. Okay, please, if you are ready, you can start the presentation. Okay, we are still waiting. We are waiting. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you're ready? Okay, the floor is yours.
All right. Okay. So, dear colleagues, dear participants of our magnificent forum, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Natalia Zavyalova. I'm habilitated professor full doctor of Ural State Pedagogical University, and I'm here to represent, first of all, our department, which is a department with a glorious story and important experience, not only in the field of teaching Russian as a foreign language, but also the department which is responsible for cross-cultural communication, teaching English as a foreign language, teaching Chinese as a foreign language, and teaching Russian as a foreign language, of course. So my today's presentation and my today's workshop and practical master class is focused around communicative method and also the problematic issues we are dealing with while working for our department and promoting Russian language and Russian culture globally. Well, I am pleased to see the faces of my colleagues with whom we started our interaction with Indonesia back in spring 2024. And I also plan to join our colleagues from Ural State Pedagogical University during their visit to Indonesia. But my department was involved in a number of very ambitious projects, and especially with the Chinese Republic, and we needed also people while doing Chinese studies. So I was asked to go on with my projects here, but I am going here to share my communicative field experiences, my practices of teaching Russian as a foreign language in Chinese classrooms, in Pakistani classrooms, and I hope that all these practical strategies will be handful for Indonesian classrooms as well. So, well, I am moving forward. So, in case you need in case you need any practical support from me, or you are interested in my publications, or just personal collaboration or professional collaboration, here you see the important science information about me. You may approach my Scopus author ID and get the picture of my publications and see the topics I cover in my practical and theoretical research programs. And of course, you may get the access to my publications on Researcher ID website. And I am open to all kinds of science collaborations and day-to-day communication on the internet via email. So practically speaking, my major research fields are as follows. I'm doing Russian as a foreign language teaching methods. I'm doing Chinese studies and teaching Chinese as a foreign language. And I'm also interested in all types of methodology issues, teaching English according to Maria Montessori methodology, and I'm organizing Maria Montessori practical workshops and classrooms in our region. So in case you are doing methodology, well, I'm open to all kinds of practical collaborations, all kinds of practical workshops, international collaborations, and international papers, research papers. I'm also a member of a number of academic journals, editorial boards, And my today's presentation is supported by my friendly department. So this is the page, the website of my department, and major personas responsible for teaching Russian as a foreign language in our university. And the gentleman in the upper line, well, is a prominent figure, probably one of the most important professors in our department, Professor Chudinov. And I'm very grateful and proud to him for to have this opportunity to work for this glorious team. The professor next to Professor Chudinov is Natalia Ruzhentseva, important figure in the field of teaching Russian as a foreign language in Chinese classrooms, the author of important manuals, textbooks on teaching Russian as a foreign language. So I should say that my department has a long, glorious, important story of teaching Russian in international classrooms, workshops, and we are happy to have this experience because our university, Ural State Pedagogical University, is an active member of government programs, and I want to express the feeling of deep gratitude to my university for the opportunity to grow professionally and gain international experience and be an active participant of Russian government programs in Russia and abroad. So in case you are interested in international publications, and probably you are interested in publications in Russian important journals, journals with high impact factors, journals which are part of international databases. I am here to introduce the journal which is called Political Linguistics. The main editor is Professor Chudinov, and you are welcome to submit your publications to our science journal. And we publish both in Russian and in English. And this is one of the most powerful journals in our university. It has a huge, very important rating across Russia. It top 10 academic journals in our country, and we are proud to be an active team responsible for the publication of this journal. So the subject area is huge. It deals not only with political issues. You may also submit your methodological issues to this journal, because we have some subsections for cross subject publications. You are welcome to submit all your materials in English to this important journal, and believe me, publication in this journal is very desirable, not only for scholars from our university, but also from scholars from Moscow, St. Petersburg, and well, China, and even European countries, and even North America. So because the journal has a huge story and high international science ranking in Russia and abroad. All right, so I move on with current issues and go more to practical issues of my masterclass and my workshop. Once again, I want to say that, and I want to stress the fact that our university is involved in a number of international projects, and in 2023 I was privileged to be selected for our program in Pakistan, and since 2023 up to present moment I am responsible for online classes in SOS Village School for Pakistani orphans in Islamabad. And here in this slide, you may see one of our regular routine classrooms, which is conducted every Saturday, every week. This week, last week, we conducted classes in Islamabad, SOS Village. This is an orphanage house. So all these kids are orphans, and I am responsible for this collaboration with the Islamabad Orphan School. So today I am here to discuss some practical issues, some findings, strategies for teaching Russian as a foreign language, which I implement in this classroom and other classrooms. And I am going to show some practical approaches which I use in kids' classrooms and also in classrooms for grown-up students. One of our biggest issue which we study and which requires a lot of time for instruction is the classroom dedicated to Russian personal pronouns. In this slide you see the system of Russian personal pronouns. It includes both singular number and plural number cases, and we introduce some funny pictures to make this topic easier and more approachable for our students. But still, I should say that this topic is not very easy, and it requires a lot of efforts, both from students and from teachers, to introduce major issues, major pronouns, not only introduce, but also have regular drills, routines, regular practices to remember the key issues of this topic. And besides using pictures, besides using introductory material, besides using textbooks, I have a very effective friend. Well, this friend is called Pasha. Very easy. Usually people like this name, Pasha, and usually people like this friend. You see, well, his mouth is moving, and he is very friendly, and he is ready to speak Russian in our classes. So Pasha is always here to help me introduce Russian personal pronouns, right? For example, me, я, this is singular personal pronoun meaning I, я, and Pasha is on, right? He, on. Я и Pasha, Pasha и я и он. So practically every class, Pasha is present in our classroom, not only for instruction of the field of personal pronouns, but practically every class, Pasha is here to answer the questions of my students and also to ask questions. Why I like this why do I like this methodology very much? I think that psychologically, for many students, it's easier to socialize with Pasha, who is very friendly, open, informal, not so strict as a teacher, as the major instructor, right, as a professor. Pasha may be funny, may be informal, Pasha may be polite and sometimes even aggressive. Usually, judging by the feedback from my students, it's easier to socialize with Pasha for foreign students doing Russian as a foreign language than with a simple professor or instructor or a teacher of Russian. So it's possible to ask all sorts of questions to Pasha with a minimal vocabulary. For example, when we do personal pronouns in Russian, it may be very easy and possible and not so embarrassing, frustrating to ask primitive questions, to ask him primitive questions like «Паша, это ты?» «Да, это я». Just minimal vocabulary, something very limited in terms of words and grammar. And usually students are embarrassed to ask limited vocabulary questions when they deal with professors. But when it comes to studying with Pasha, it's possible to ask very small questions with limited zero, sometimes even zero vocabulary. Он, она, ты, and so on and so forth. So my friend is very helpful here. All right, so I move on to our next topic. The next question is connected about my next issue. My next slide is connected with possessive pronouns, right? So pronouns which may be translated into Russian as my, our, their, and so on and so forth. In Russian, we have a very complicated system of possessive pronouns, and besides the system itself, bad news is we have gender declension and number declensions when it comes to possessive pronouns in Russian. And they are also case sensitive. So you see, Russian possessive pronouns gender sensitive, number sensitive, and case sensitive. And judging by my experience of working in Pakistan, I should say that sometimes it's just a recipe for disaster to train Russian possessive pronouns with all gender declensions and all gender differences, case differences, and number differences. So my strategy is to introduce this system gradually, step by step, and also use some creative tasks. For example, I would like to introduce my next methodological device, my next methodological model, which may be sometimes useful when you introduce Russian possessive pronouns, right? Because my workshop today is practically practice oriented, and I'm here to share things and strategies which work practically. So what is it? This is a model of a t-shirt, or maybe even say some type of national clothes. When I was working in Pakistan, on my first day in Pakistan, I discovered that Pakistani people like to wear kurta. Kurta, this is their national dress, and I call this model as kurta. Well, I don't know, unfortunately, the national clothes title for Indonesian dress. So probably at the when my presentation is finished, you will share this vocabulary with me. In Pakistan, I called this dress kurta, and I distributed such models in my classroom, and I asked my students to design Russian style kurta and even write Russian words which they know, which they can pronounce in Russian after our first week. And many of my students wrote Russian possessive pronouns, saying that this is my kurta or maya kurta. So probably Indonesian students may do the same type of classroom activity. So students may use colored pencils, markers, pens, design color this model in all colors they want, and also write Russian words, say Russian possessive pronouns, Russian personal pronouns, and decorate such dresses with their first Russian words, right? It may be a Russian possessive pronoun or personal pronoun, and then you collect, you may collect all these models, all these decorated dresses, national clothes, and even organize a small exhibition, which is always very emotional and a good memory and the source of nice pictures. And this is an exhibition where students already show the results of their regular classes, their regular classroom routines. So my case is that my strategy is that we should not only concentrate on grammatical issues and practical instruction, but it's always possible to combine instruction with some creative work, some means of personal expression, some means of design, drawing, painting, collage making. Okay, besides introducing, say some dresses, you may also distribute round papers which may be the model of a plate. And when you discuss Russian foods, Russian cuisine, say recipes of Russian foods and salads, soups. My Russian cuisine is rich in salads and soups, and usually this tasty agenda, this tasty subject is welcome in national classrooms. So students may use these round plates to write food words, to write and draw and collage foods and salads and recipes, both national cuisine recipes and Russian recipes. And this may also be a subject for an exhibition, a practical workshop, and probably even design classroom, the classroom for say some cross-cultural comparison exhibition where you compare Indonesian recipes with Russian recipes. So it may be a round plate filled with products, foods, salads, and meat courses, soups. Anything else? Sometimes I ask students to use this not as a national dress, but as an international T-shirt, where students may show their family members, where students may show their families' hobbies, and it may be a small planned activity describing personal information using family vocabulary, using personal autobiography vocabulary, introducing hobbies, introducing favorite school subjects, introducing, say, university favorite subjects, university favorite teachers, university favorite activities. Again, it may be like an exhibition where every student shows a personal T-shirt describing personal information with limited or small vocabulary. All right. So now let's move on. And in this slide, I want to make a small shift from, design vocabulary and limited vocabulary to the area, to the field, which may be called the field of Russian for scientific purposes. In this slide, you see the website. You may try it simultaneously with to my story and to my presentation. What is it? This is the Russian National Corpus, a very powerful tool, a big data tool, which is important for those people who write science papers and who use Russian as a source of science material, research material for comparing Russian with other languages, with English, for example, or Indonesian local languages. We are proud of this tool, and it is supported by Russian government, and the financial base is magnificent. You see that this project is a powerful collaboration of major Russian IT companies such as Yandex, such as also Wiki and many other research fields. So the Russian National Corpus is a representative collection of texts in Russian, counting more than 2 billion tokens. You see, this is a huge resource of examples using Russian as a research material, 2 billion tokens, and completed with linguistic annotation and search tools. And I should say that the Russian National Corpus, this is a powerful database, a powerful collection of corpuses which vary, which are different in genre and research field. Here you find colloquial Russian examples. Here you may find day-to-day spoken Russian examples, regular dialectical forms of Russian, also examples of Russian for bloggers, examples of Russian for academic purposes. So this is a huge collection of words, texts, sentences for research topics or using Russian for personal purposes. I may give you the following example. when I want to make a powerful presentation and when I want to support some of my theoretical issues, say with Russian poetry or powerful quotation from Russian classics. I go to this source and I use, for example, poetry corpus, poetry collection, and I also find a piece of Russian poetry which may be a nice illustration of some theoretical issue. Or, well, this tool allows you to build very interesting informative graphs. I can also share my experience with one of graphs. Right now, well, if we discuss international situation globally, you know, our current geopolitical issues, according to which we have some arguments with the Western world. And in one North American journal, I found a very provocative paper saying that North American scholars introduced key business issues to Russian science. And if it hadn't been for North American business theory, information, Russian science would have never ever learned key business issues such as client-oriented business. And I found this information very, challenging. And using the historical corpus in this tool, I found historical contexts dating back to 16th century, 17th century, 18th century, proving, with written data, proving that even deep in these centuries, Russian economy was already client-oriented. And Russian businesses in those times, 16th century, 17th century, 18th century, let alone later historical periods, they were already client-oriented. They knew these terms. They wanted to stimulate their client base, and they knew how to stimulate it. And it is a very sweeping statement to say that everything we know about business comes from North America. This corpus contains historical evidence proving that in Russia we used to have our own economic business theory, and we used to develop our own vocabulary, and Russian businesses were very successful in attracting clients, keeping clients, stimulating clients, building friendly relationship clients, and even building family stories, working for the same client and the same families of clients for generations. So in case you need a deep historical background, you go to this website and you collect data from this website, and you introduce important you collect important data, and you build big data graphs, which may be a nice illustration of your key theoretical issues. And this is an unwritten lore of any science journal, international journal, that a paper without a graph is not a paper, is not a science paper. And this source gives you a brilliant opportunity to build as many graphs with Russian words as you wish, you see? And you meet this requirement of submitting a paper with a substantial science graph. And on top of that, just a cherry on a pie, I should stress the fact that this is a free tool, and you don't need to pay anything to use it. the only requirement is to quote it in your science papers, but they give you examples how to quote this this research tool in a correct way according to all requirements. They give you samples of quotations. So you see, and the number of words and the number of corpuses is growing, and this is big data, which is very popular nowadays. So you may use this website for your personal research requirements, for your personal research agenda. So once again, well, in conclusion of my presentation, as a meaning of summing up, I should say that Russian is a powerful field for doing research, not only for practical contexts like for tourism. Well, by the way, this collection of corpuses has also a special tourism corpus, a tourism collection where you find important cliches which are relevant for tourism, for attracting clients, for introducing tourist places, places of destinations, and so on and so forth. So Russian is not only a big practical language with a huge market, promising market, and if we take into consideration BRICS architecture, BRICS summit was underway just a week ago in Russia, a very ambitious geopolitical event. So Russian is not only a big language for doing practical business, but this is the language for doing intensive research, building your academic career, and we are happy to share our resources for free, and these resources are very powerful. And I should say that this resource of the Russian National Corpus has gained a good, promising, magnificent scientific reputation globally. It one of the top 5 corpuses across the world, alongside with British National Corpus and American Corpus of Russia of English, COCA, and Globi, and all other corpuses of English. It rates top 5, and we are proud to develop it, and we are proud to show it and distribute it internationally free of charge. You are welcome to use it as well. So, now I come to questions and answers section. And, allow me to express my gratitude for your attention. And now I'm happy to answer your questions. In case you need, personal collaboration with me, you are welcome to write, send your questions to me. We started a bit earlier.
It's okay. It's
Yes.
okay. It's very nice. So if you have any questions, while you are thinking of them, please, Maxim, show us the last slide. Покажите последний слайд, пожалуйста. Самый последний в этой презентации должен быть. Here you see the QR code, and those who are watching us from the very morning today, you can, I guess, already fill it in and leave your impressions, right? So are there any questions to Dr. Natalia?
Well, once again, I stimulate any sorts of discussions. I try to show 2 ends of a huge spectrum. One end is, practical classroom where my friend Pasha helps me, and where you use all types of, design activities, starting from a restaurant plate, cafe plate in a round form and up to a t-shirt portrait of your family or even national costume portrait, and up to and the other end of the spectrum is science and Russian for academic purposes. And so you see, I try to show this long journey, long road which you may take to build your Russian experience and use it not only as the language of practical tourism and commerce, but also as a language for science career, research career, and the language of international science cooperation. So Russian has everything to offer nowadays. Not only practical Russian, family Russian, but also Russian for academic purposes. While you are thinking about your questions, let me remind of my question to you. What is the word for the most popular Indonesian clothes, national clothes? I told you I learned Pakistani word clothes word kurta, and how can we call it in Indonesian, this type of clothes? Say a female or male upper dress, long with long sleeves. So can you share Indonesian vocabulary with me?
I'm wearing
Mhm.
Indonesian outfit today.
Yes, so
The
Batik.
Daria
present
and
of
Miss
my dear
Natalia.
friends.
Introduce me. I will be your host until 3 o'clock later. My name is Vida. Nice to meet you again, Miss Daria. Come on, please. Hello. Test.
yes, but
Is it
and
heard? Can you
What's
hear
the
me?
question?
Oh yeah. Miss Daria and Miss Natalia, let me introduce myself. My name is Vida, and I will be your host from Unkris. Well, I'm very interested with your material for today, Miss Natalie. I'm
Thank you
answering
very
your
much.
question about our traditional clothes. Sometimes we call it the most popular clothes is our batik. One is wearing by Miss Daria, right? Are you wearing batik now? Yeah.
Thanks to you.
Yeah. That's very nice of batik, you know. Yeah.
Batik.
And batik, yes, we call it batik.
Oh.
That's for male and female. That's one of our popular clothes. But we have one of our traditional clothes also. We call it kebaya. Kebaya is like like a shirt like that. With many colorful with colored and many authentic, pattern like that. Yeah. It's different from batik because batik is now being modernized like that. Yeah. So the one is wearing by Miss Daria. Okay. Let me try
Thank you
to.
very much. Well, very
Yes.
important, and batik is easy to remember for
Oh,
me.
batik then, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much. I
Yes.
suggest that we have a 15-minute interval.
Yeah.
Don't you mind?
Or maybe
Yes.
a small question
Yes,
before
please. Yeah, maybe I will invite from Indonesia. Maybe teman-teman ada yang ingin bertanya tentang materi yang setelah disampaikan oleh Miss Natalie. Saya highlight sedikit. Would you mind to if I highlight your previous material, Miss Natalie? Miss Natalie tadi sudah membahas tentang beberapa metodologi yang menyenangkan ketika dia mengajar bahasa Rusia di Pakistan, is it? Dan juga beliau juga share tentang website A Huge Collection of Text in Russian. Ada website yang ternyata isinya adalah teks-teks yang berbahasa Rusia. teks-teksnya itu bisa mulai dari jurnal sampai literature works gitu. Ini sih bisa ditanyakan ya ke Miss Natalie lebih lanjut. Silakan teman-teman yang ingin bertanya.
Okay.
Привет.
Uh-huh.
Привет,
Is
меня
there
зовут
anyone want
Сасмита.
to? Oh, okay.
Привет,
Please.
меня зовут Сасмита Путри Александра. Я
Мгм.
хотела б задать
Yeah, please.
вопрос, о какие трудности чаще всего возникают у иностранцев при изучении русского языка. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. Да.
Очень приятно.
Мгм.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to hear Russian from Indonesia. So, dear colleagues, we suggest having a small break of 15 minutes. Don't you mind?
No. Okay. Yes.
And we will thank Dr. Natalia for her wonderful presentation, and we will return to our seminar, which we have in our agenda today, in 15 minutes, okay?
Yes, please, Miss. 15 menit istirahat, teman-teman. Kita kembali lagi jam 12.40. Is it 12:40, is it?
12:45.
45?
45.
12:45. Yes, 12:45.
Thank you very much.
Yes, please, Miss.
See
You're
you
welcome.
in
So we
15
see you
minutes.
again 12:45.
Okay.
Hello, dear friends. How are you there? Shall we continue? Or we will wait for a few minutes more? Are we starting?
Yes,
Or we are
Miss
waiting
Daria?
for somebody else?
Yes, I'm here, Miss Daria.
Shall we start?
Yeah, we can start now, maybe.
We can start now.
But I think your voice is quite.
Казакова Ольга.
Yeah. Test. Can you hear us?
We are starting
Hello?
our seminar, which is devoted to presentation of higher education in Russia, of different levels of higher education. So I give the floor to Dr. Olga Kazakova, and she will introduce herself. You're welcome.
Hello, dear colleagues. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, so let's start. I'm Olga Kazakova and I am the head of the English Philology and LT Methodology department at our university. And our topic for today is to tell you about our bachelor system, about our bachelor programs at our university. And we speak about pedagogical directions in our university. So the school leavers, it means the children who leave the 11th form or the graduates of colleges, they go to university. And then they choose some profiles, one profile or two profiles, and so they study here 4 or 5 years. It means the students who chose only one profile, they study 4 years, and with two profiles, 5 years. We have 10 institutes at our university of pedagogical and psychological profiles, and we have special education too. And what about pedagogical profiles? These are future teachers in some subjects. And these future teachers will teach these subjects at schools. And these are mathematics, chemistry, physics, foreign languages. We have for today some foreign languages, not only from Europe, but from Asia too. We have Chinese, for example, Arabic, we have Spanish, German, French, English, and the other profiles are computer science, Russian literature, and so on. So the students go to university and they begin to study. And in the timetable are some subjects, and they depend on profile, but all of the students have to study such subjects as pedagogics, psychology, foreign languages, history, sport, methodology, and so on. And it's important that almost each year, all of the students work on their course paper, and then they do a final paper. It means that they can choose a problem or a task in methodology, in languages, in some other subjects. They study this topic, they analyze knowledge and all the theoretical knowledge, and then they can find a decision for this problem and prove. Is it so better? And then they can prove what...
Чуть-чуть получше. Можно еще чуть-чуть поближе к себе микрофон, Ольга Павловна? Простите, пожалуйста.
Is it so better?
Отлично, спасибо.
So what about the timetable of our students? These are the subjects which they study. And I said about course papers and about final paper because it's very important and very useful for students so they can prove their knowledge and suggest their decisions for some scientific problems or methodological problems. They are different. Training in the most profiles is carried out in full time. So it means the students come to university and they have here classes. And their classes can last so from 4 till 6 hours. USPU, so our university, trains teachers following federal state educational standards, and all the subjects meet competencies of the standard and promote to become a good specialist. So every semester ends with exams, and after the finals, students are awarded the bachelor degree. But it's important too that the student life is not only study, not only lessons, but the university organize many student communities. We do many projects, competitions, scientific conferences, roundtables, and so on. And in the slide, you can see some examples from our project, for example, in English, which we do for all countries, for all our guests, and for our school children or for students. We do such projects as Days of Foreign Languages, and you can see our Arabic students. Of course, these are some seminars online and offline with other cities and other countries. So here are other examples of our conferences too, and online conference. So some guests which we have here at Institute. During the study, all the students make, of course, some kinds of practice, and so they can prove their theoretical knowledge, and they learn, for example, write a scientific article or a report for scientific conference. But the most interesting is, of course, the practice at schools. So the students come to schools and they conduct their lessons, and not only in Russia. For example, we have some students who had the practice in India or in other countries, now in your country too. To make our results better, we invite guests, and our staff has, for example, specialists from other countries, so from Mexico, and we have online lessons with specialists from Grozny. It's a pedagogical university in Caucasus, and these are our guests and a part of our invited staff. At the end, we do a demo exam, final exam. So these are such rooms divided in 2 parts by class. So the examiners can see the students which conduct a lesson. And then we analyze this lesson, and so the examiners can see how well they did these lessons, and after that they become, they have already their final notes. So, welcome to our university, and I think the people who come to us, they chose the most necessary and interesting profession. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to Dr. Olga?
Ya, teman-teman yang di Indonesia, apakah ada pertanyaan untuk Dr. Olga? Tadi beliau membahas tentang salah satu departemen di USPU, yaitu bagian S1-nya ya.
So it was information about. You're welcome.
Shall we continue, or is there any question?
Or shall we continue?
Yeah, I think we can continue.
We'll continue
first.
then. Maybe later you will have questions. We will be ready to answer them.
Sorry, I
You're
have
welcome.
a question. Can I
Okay.
speak with
Yes, please.
in Russian? Okay. Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Разрешите мне представить себя. Меня зовут Нинда. Helen меня пригласила на этот вебинар. Я изучала русский язык уже долго, с 2007 года, и с тех пор я любила русский язык, конечно. Раньше я
Нам очень приятно.
Очень приятно. Ну да. Раньше я училась в Казанском федеральном университете в 2014 году и окончила его в 2016 году. Затем я вернулась в Индонезию, и в настоящее время я преподаю русский язык онлайн, специально для индонезийцев. Вот. А сейчас у меня есть свои, как это называется, учебное заведение, да, которое я называю его школа Руссия. Вот. Может быть, если в университете, то участники, изучающие русский язык, это люди, которые действительно хотят учиться в университете, и потом они будут получать диплом. Или, ну как, а я сейчас преподаю русский язык для участников из разных профессий с разными целями, да. Есть цель для работы или для того, чтобы только общаться с русскими, или для подготовки к обучению в России для студентов, которые хотят учиться в России. Вот. У меня вопрос. Существует ли специальный метод обучения русскому языку, чтобы сделать его более эффективным для меня, например? Если... Вот это мой вопрос. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое за вопрос. У нас есть специальное отделение, специальный факультет, который обучает русскому языку как иностранному. И там как раз специалисты, те, которые занимаются методиками, как обучить русскому языку не русскоговорящих. И если вам будет интересно, мы, конечно, найдем для вас эти контакты, и вы сможете пообщаться с нашими коллегами.
So I just translated into English what Dr. Olga has said. So we have a special institute of philology and intercultural communication where they teach students in the field of Russian language as a foreign language. So they are practicing, majoring in becoming teachers of this language, of the Russian language as a for foreigners. And they have special methods of teaching. They require different techniques. And the previous representative, Dr. Natalia Zavyalova, was exactly from that institute and shared with you some methodology in this sphere. Thank you for your question. Спасибо за ваш вопрос.
Вам спасибо большое.
Thank you so much.
Там еще был
Miss
комментарий.
Daria,
There is a comment in Russian. Can we read it?
there's a comment. I don't know.
Меня зовут
A comment or a question?
Смита я хотела бы задать вопрос о системе высшего образования в России, отличается ли от Индонезии. Спасибо за внимание. I think you will hear about all levels of our system of education and see for yourself what the difference is between our systems, okay? Shall we continue with master degree programs?
Yes, please, Miss.
Okay, so the next speaker is Lyudmila Voronina, who will present you the objectives of professional education at the master degree level in the Russian Federation.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Позвольте вам представить уровень магистратуры и задачи профессиональной подготовки на уровне магистратуры в Российской Федерации.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let me introduce to you the objectives of professional education on the level of master degree programs in the Russian Federation.
Магистратура, как уровень образования, начала развиваться в России с 90-х годов XX века. Выделяли два вида программ магистратуры – академические и прикладные. Но в последние годы программы магистратуры перестали разделяться на данные виды, задавая единые требования к условиям и результатам реализации образовательных программ.
The master's degree as a level of education began to develop in Russia since the 90s of the 20th century. There were two types of master's degrees.
Дарья Александровна, извините, пожалуйста, микрофон.
Раз, два, три, нормально? It is switched on. Do you hear me?
Нет.
Do you hear me now?
Да.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, thank goodness. In recent years, master's degree programs have ceased to be divided into two types, setting uniform requirements for the conditions and results of the implementation of educational programs.
В последние годы магистратура стала позиционироваться функционально как второе высшее образование и возможность получения дополнительной квалификации в более короткие сроки. И как следствие появилась возможность принимать на программы магистратуры бакалавров с других профилей подготовки. Таким образом, для получения степени магистра по выбранной специальности не обязательно наличие степени бакалавра по той же специальности. В этом случае получение степени магистра рассматривается как второе высшее образование.
In recent years, the master's degree has been positioned functionally as a second higher education and the opportunity to obtain additional qualifications in a shorter time. As a result, it became possible to accept bachelor's degree programs from other training profiles. Thus, to obtain a master's degree in a chosen specialty, it isn't necessary to have a bachelor's degree in the same specialty. In this case, obtaining a master's degree is considered as a second higher education.
Магистратура в России является самой массовой среди всех стран Организации экономического сотрудничества и развития. 28% населения в возрасте от 25 до 64 лет охвачены магистерским или эквивалентным ему образованием.
The master's degree program in Russia is the most widespread among all countries of the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. 28% of the population aged 25 up to 64 years old are covered by a master's degree or equivalent education.
Основная задача магистратуры – подготовить профессионалов для успешной карьеры в разных сферах экономики и образования, а также для педагогической, научно-исследовательской, проектной, методической и других видов деятельности.
The main task of the master's degree is to prepare professionals for successful careers in various fields of economics and education, as well as pedagogical, research, design, methodological, managerial, cultural, and educational, consulting, support activities, etc.
Магистратура как более высокий уровень высшего образования предполагает более глубокое освоение теоретических аспектов направления подготовки, ориентирует студента на научно-исследовательскую деятельность по данному направлению.
The master's degree as a higher level of higher education implies a deeper development of theoretical aspects of the field of training, orients the student to research activities in this area.
По окончании магистратуры выпускнику выдается диплом о высшем профессиональном образовании и с присвоением степени магистр. Магистр – это академическая степень высшего профессионального образования.
Upon completion of the master's degree, the graduate is awarded a diploma of higher professional education with a master's degree. So a master's degree is an academic degree of higher professional education. Следующий слайд.
Магистратура для педагога – это не просто диплом, а инвестиция в профессиональное развитие, которое приносит множество преимуществ. Это глубокое погружение в профессию. Магистратура позволяет педагогу углубиться в выбранную область, получить специальные знания и навыки, которые повышают его профессиональную компетенцию. Магистратура также предоставляет возможность заниматься научной деятельностью, проводить исследования, вносить собственный вклад в развитие образования. А также обучение в магистратуре развивает критическое мышление и аналитические навыки и способность решать сложные профессиональные задачи.
A master's degree for a teacher is not just a diploma, but an investment in professional development which brings many advantages. Deep immersion in the profession means that the master's degree allows the teacher to delve into the chosen field, acquire special knowledge and skills that enhance his or her professional competence. It provides an opportunity to engage in scientific activities, conduct research, and make your own contribution to the development of education. And it develops critical thinking of students, analytical skills, and the ability to solve complex professional tasks.
Это новые возможности для карьерного роста. Магистратура позволяет педагогу занять более высокую должность в образовательной системе, ну, например, стать заведующим отделением, методистом, преподавателем в вузе. Также это престиж и уважение. Магистерская степень придает педагогу дополнительный престиж и уважение в профессиональном сообществе. А также нельзя забывать о таком факте, что отсутствие диплома магистра может стать препятствием для продвижения по карьерной лестнице. Есть профессии, в которых принципиально важен диплом, ведь образование сотрудника должно соответствовать занимаемой должности.
New career opportunities allow a teacher to take a higher position in the educational system, for example, to become a head of a department, a methodologist, a teacher at a university. It gives the teacher additional prestige and respect in the professional community, and also an opportunity to move up the career ladder. Also, we must not forget about the fact that the lack of a master's degree can become an obstacle to moving up the career ladder. There are professions in which a diploma is fundamentally important because the education of an employee should correspond to the position he holds.
Кроме этого, это современные знания и навыки. Магистратура знакомит педагога с новейшими методами обучения, цифровыми технологиями и инструментами для эффективного проведения уроков, занятий. Обучение в магистратуре позволяет педагогу узнать о последних достижениях в сфере образования, ознакомиться с новыми стандартами и требованиями. Кроме этого, магистратура способствует развитию коммуникативных навыков, что необходимо для эффективного взаимодействия с учениками, родителями и коллегами.
It gives modern knowledge and skills. The workshop introduces the teacher to the latest teaching methods, digital technologies, and tools for effective training. It allows teachers to learn about the latest achievements in the field of education, to familiarize themselves with new standards and requirements, and promotes the development of communication skills, which is necessary for effective interaction with students, parents, and colleagues.
Также это личностный рост. Обучение в магистратуре стимулирует интеллектуальное развитие педагога, повышает его мотивацию к саморазвитию, профессиональному росту. Магистратура открывает новые горизонты, расширяет кругозор педагога и позволяет ему лучше понимать современные тенденции в образовании и в обществе. Получение магистерской степени повышает уверенность педагога в собственных силах и способствует его профессиональному успеху.
It is also a serious personal growth. Master degree training stimulates the intellectual development of a teacher, increases his or her motivation for self-development and professional growth. It opens up new horizons and allows to better understand current trends in education and society. And it increases a teacher's confidence in their own abilities and contributes to their professional success.
Кроме этого, обучение в магистратуре предполагает собой непрерывное обучение. В современном мире непрерывное обучение становится необходимостью для успешной карьеры, и магистратура – это отличный способ оставаться в курсе последних тенденций, развивать профессиональные компетенции. Мир быстро меняется, поэтому педагоги должны быть готовы к изменениям и адаптироваться к новым решениям. Магистратура помогает педагогу оставаться актуальным и востребованным специалистом.
It's also a continuous learning. In the modern world, continuous learning is becoming a necessity for a successful career. Master's degree is a great way to stay up to date with the latest trends and develop professional competencies. The world is changing rapidly, so teachers must be prepared for changes and adapt to new realities. The master's degree helps the teachers to remain an active and in-demand specialist.
Кроме этого, можно сменить сферу деятельности. Магистратура позволяет изменить или дополнить свое образование. На каком бы направлении ни обучались на бакалавриате, при поступлении в магистратуру можно сменить свою специальность.
By the way, it helps changing the field helps to change the field of activity. A master's degree is an opportunity to change or supplement your education. No matter which field you study at the bachelor degree, you can change your specialty when you enter the master's degree program.
Статистика Министерства образования и науки Российской Федерации показывает, что процент трудоустроенных выпускников со степенью магистра на порядок выше, чем процент трудоустроенных бакалавров. Степень магистра иногда может сыграть свою роль в выборе одного из двух потенциальных кандидатов.
Statistics from the Ministry of Education and Science of the Russian Federation show that the percentage of graduates with a master degree is much higher than the percentage of employed bachelors. A master degree can sometimes play a crucial role in choosing one of the two potential candidates for the position.
Следует отметить, что ключевым конкурентным преимуществом выпускников магистратуры при трудоустройстве выступает высокий уровень их профессиональной подготовки, обладание глубокими системными знаниями в сфере их специализации, что позволяет без труда получить желаемую работу.
It should be noted that the key competitive advantage of postgraduates of the master degree program in employment is the high level of their professional training, the possession of deep and systematic knowledge in the field of their specialization, which allows them to get the desired job without difficulty.
В завершении особенностей магистратуры отметим, что магистратура необходима тем, кто хочет развиваться в профессиональной сфере, беспрепятственно подниматься по карьерной лестнице или заниматься наукой. Магистратура может стать мощным инструментом для успешного профессионального развития педагога и открытия новых возможностей.
In conclusion, we would like to say that master's degree is necessary for those who want to develop in the professional field, freely climb the career ladder, or engage in science. A master's degree can become a powerful tool for the successful professional development of a teacher and the discovery of new opportunities.
Одной из ключевых задач на уровне магистратуры является формирование исследовательской компетенции как основы профессиональной компетентности магистра образования.
One of the key tasks of the master's level is the formation of research competence as the basis of the professional competence of the Master of Education.
Исследовательская компетентность магистра педагогики понимается как интегративное качество личности специалиста, которое проявляется в гибком применении опыта исследовательской деятельности в решении проблем образования на высоком научно-профессиональном уровне и составляющую основу его способности к непрерывному самообразованию и саморазвитию.
The research competence of Master of Pedagogy is understood as an integrative quality of a specialist's personality, manifested in the flexible application of research experience in solving educational problems at a high, specific, and professional level. and forming the basis of his or her ability to continuous self-education and self-development.
На слайде представлены компоненты, на что направлена исследовательская компетентность.
In the slide, you see the competencies which are developed within the master degree programs in our university.
В программе подготовки магистратуры педагогики дисциплины «Современные проблемы науки и образования», «Методологии и методы научного исследования» вместе с научно-исследовательской работой и практикой напрямую ориентированы на развитие исследовательской компетентности. Но и другие дисциплины общенаучного и профессионального модуля также работают на формирование данной компетентности.
In the program for training masters in pedagogy, the disciplines modern problems of science and education, methodology and methods of scientific research, together with research work and practice, are directly focused on the development of research competence. But other disciplines of the general scientific and professional modules also work on the formation of these competence.
В структуре Уральского государственного педагогического университета есть Институт универсальных педагогических технологий, в котором обучаются магистранты по направлению педагогическое образование по 13 разным образовательным программам. Но все эти программы объединяет единая структура. Учебный план содержит общие базовые модули, которые представлены на слайде.
In the structure of the Ural State Pedagogical University, there is an Institute of Universal Pedagogical Technologies, which trains undergraduates in the field of pedagogical education in 13 different educational programs. But all these programs are united by a single structure. The curriculum contains common basic modules, which you see on the slide.
Кроме общей базовой части, у каждой программы есть специфичные для нее комплексные модули. Характерной чертой дизайна наших магистерских программ является активное включение онлайн-курсов разной направленности.
In addition to the general basic part, each program has complex modules specific to it. A characteristic feature of the design of our educational programs is the active inclusion of online courses of various fields.
При выборе педагогических технологий обучения учитывается, насколько они способствуют развитию надпредметных навыков, soft skills, которые будут востребованы на рынке труда не только сегодня, но и через несколько лет. Для реализации данного направления работы в структуре института есть технопарк универсальных педагогических технологий, который содержит 3 кластера. Тоже представлены названия кластеров на слайде. На базе этого технопарка магистранты проходят учебную и производственную практику. Кроме этого, имеется педагогический кванториум имени Житомирского, в котором идет работа по естествонаучному направлению и проводятся междисциплинарные исследования. И вот как раз на фотографиях, представленных на слайде, показаны аудитории, в которых работают магистранты, которые обучаются на этих магистерских программах.
When choosing pedagogical or educational technologies, it is taken into account how much they contribute to the development of soft skills of our students, which will be in demand in the labor market, not only today, but also in a few years. To implement this area of work, the Institute has a technopark of universal pedagogical technologies, which contains 3 clusters: fundamental, information, and digital arts clusters. On the basis of this technopark, master degree students undergo educational and teaching practice. In addition, there is a pedagogical quantorium named after Zhytomyrsky. You see on the slide the pictures of our master degree students working in this quantorium. And it gives where students of natural science field can have practical classes.
В Институте психологии идет обучение по магистерской программе «Психология развития и кризисная психология». В процессе обучения по данной программе происходит ознакомление с методами и принципами оказания психологической помощи людям разных возрастов. Магистранты учатся тем умениям, которые представлены на слайде.
In the Institute of Psychology, the master degree students there is the master's program in development psychology, in developmental psychology, and crisis psychology. In the process of studying under this program, Familiarization takes place with the methods and principles of providing psychological assistance to people of different ages. And on the slide, you see the main skills that master degree students of this program acquire.
И кроме данного направления в университете реализуется психолого-педагогическое направление, в котором идет обучение по 7 магистерским программам, названия которых также представлено на слайде. Каждая программа имеет свои специфичные модули.
In addition to this area, the university implements a psychological and pedagogical field. Within the framework of this field, there are 7 master's degree programs, and you also can see their enumeration on the slide.
В Институте специального образования организовано обучение по 3 магистерским программам. Названия представлены на слайде.
In the Institute of Special Education, there is training in 3 master's degree programs. You see the names on the slide: speech therapy and others.
Учебный план содержит общий базовый модуль «Методология проектирования научной и профессиональной деятельности», а также комплексные модули, общие для всех программ и специфичные для каждой. По всем магистерским программам в университете в процессе обучения предусмотрена возможность для обучающихся формировать собственную образовательную траекторию, то есть индивидуальный образовательный маршрут.
The curriculum contains a common basic module, methodology for designing specific and professional activities, and complex modules which are common to all programs and specific to each. According to all master's programs at the university, in the course of study, it is provided for the opportunity is provided for students to form their own educational trajectory, an individual educational route.
Обучение в магистратуре происходит в очной, заочной, очно-заочных формах обучения, и в зависимости от формы обучения срок обучения составляет 2 года или 2 года 6 месяцев. В качестве квалификационных испытаний на получение степени магистра предусмотрен государственный экзамен и защита выпускной квалификационной работы, то есть магистерской диссертации.
Master's degree studies take place in full-time and part-time forms of study. Depending on the form of study, the duration of study may be 2 years or up to 2.5 years. As qualification tests for obtaining a master's degree, a state exam and defense of the final qualification work should be provided at the end. And here I insisted on inserting this slide also because our Institute of Foreign Languages is realizing one of the master degree programs, which is called Pedagogical Education, Linguistic Education, and the majority of disciplines there are conducted in English. So we are helping bachelor degree students to get master degree in the sphere of teaching the English language exactly. And here I have enumerated different things which we develop within this program.
Для поступления в магистратуру нужно сдать вступительные испытания. Каждый вуз сам определяет, какие это будут вступительные испытания. В нашем университете для поступления в магистратуру необходимо пройти 2 тестирования, базовое и профильное.
To enter the master's degree program, you need to pass the entrance tests. Each university determines what entrance tests to provide. In our university, to enter the master's degree program, you need to pass 2 tests, basic, doing some assignment in pedagogy, psychology, special pedagogy maybe, and profile testing directly according to the content of master's degree program, like mathematics or physics or geography, or in the case of our program in the Institute of Foreign Languages, the English language.
Приходите учиться к нам в магистратуру, ждем вас.
Come and study with us in our master's degree programs. We are waiting for you. So again, we are repeating the QR code, not to forget to leave your feedback. So if you have any questions to Dr. Ludmila, who presented to you the peculiarities of our master degree programs. You're welcome.
Ya, untuk teman-teman yang di Indonesia, apakah ada pertanyaan untuk Dr. Liut Mila tadi yang telah menjelaskan tentang pendidikan magister di Rusia dan juga pendidikan magister yang diadakan di USPU sendiri. Is there any question?
Forensic accounting. I see the question.
Oh yeah, in the
no,
chat.
we don't
Yes.
have master degrees program in forensic accounting, unfortunately. Our institute, our university is specialized in pedagogy, in training teachers. So not in accounting, not in forensic accounting especially. Thank you very much for your questions. If there are not yet any others, please listen to the information about our doctoral programs. You're welcome. Dr. Irina Varabyova is going to present this information.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Расскажу об аспирантуре в нашем Уральском государственном педагогическом университете. Аспирантура – это одна из ступеней последипломного образования и форма подготовки научных и научно-педагогических кадров Российской Федерации. В нашем университете предлагается несколько программ такой подготовки, которые соответствуют номенклатуре научных специальностей, утвержденной Министерством науки и высшего образования Российской Федерации. Более подробная информация о всех программах размещена на нашем сайте, на который вы можете перейти по QR-коду.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues and friends. I'm glad to present to you postgraduate doctoral studies as a level of higher education in the Russian Federation. Doctoral school is one of the stages of postgraduate education and a form of training for scientific and pedagogical personnel in the Russian Federation. Our university offers several programs for such training that align with the nomenclature of scientific specialties approved by the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Russian Federation. More detailed information about all programs is available on the university website, which you can see via the QR code displayed on the screen.
Остановимся более подробно на том, как организован процесс обучения в аспирантуре в нашем университете. Обращаю ваше внимание, что обучение осуществляется очно с трехгодичным сроком. За исключением одной программы физика конденсированного состояния, обучение по которой продолжается на протяжении 4 лет. Освоение программ аспирантуры нашими обучающимися осуществляется по индивидуальному плану, который состоит из 3 компонентов, представленных на слайде.
Let's focus on how the training process in postgraduate school is organized in our university. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that only full-time study is expected with a duration of 3 years. An exception is the program Condensed Matter Physics, which lasts for 4 years. The implementation of the postgraduate programs by our students is carried out according to the individual plan, which consists of 3 components presented on the slide.
Образовательный компонент включает в себя освоение дисциплин история и философия науки, иностранный язык и сдачу кандидатского минимума, то есть тех экзаменов, которые сдаются аспирантами для получения права на защиту диссертации на соискание ученой степени кандидата наук. Также прохождение практики, и отмечу, что индивидуализация образовательного компонента осуществляется за счет факультативных дисциплин, ориентированных на научную специальность аспиранта.
The educational component includes mastering the subjects history and philosophy of science, foreign language, and passing the candidate minimum. It is the examinations that are taken by postgraduate students to obtain the right to defend their thesis for the degree of candidate of sciences, analog of doctoral degree in Russia, completion of teaching practice. I would like to note that the individualization of the educational component is achieved through elective courses tailored to the specific specialty of the postgraduate student.
Научный компонент предполагает сдачу кандидатского экзамена уже по научной специальности, а также подготовку и публикацию не менее 3 статей в рецензируемых научных журналах, включенных в перечень Высшей аттестационной комиссии. Также представление не менее 6 докладов на научных мероприятиях, конференциях, форумах, а также подготовку текста диссертации.
The scientific component includes taking the candidate examination in the scientific specialty, preparing and publishing at least 3 articles in peer-reviewed scientific journals included in the list of approved by the Higher Attestation Commission of the Russian Federation, presenting at least 6 reports at scientific events, conferences, forums, etc., and preparing the text of thesis.
Итоговая аттестация включает в себя представление диссертации и ее оценку на предмет соответствия критериям, установленным в федеральном законе. Аспиранты, которые успешно прошли итоговую аттестацию по программам аспирантуры и представили текст своей диссертации к защите, сопровождаются нашим университетом в течение 1 календарного года после завершения программы аспирантуры. На нашем сайте в разделе «Абитуриенту» вы можете ознакомиться с информацией для поступающих с иностранными документами, узнать о процедуре легализации иностранных документов об образовании, а также познакомиться с информацией о пребывании на территории Российской Федерации. QR-код представлен на данном слайде, как раз направляет на эту страницу.
The final certification includes the presentation of the thesis and its evaluation for compliance with the criteria established by federal law on science and state scientific and technological policy. Postgraduate students who successfully pass the final certification for their program and present the thesis text for defense will be supported by the university for a period of 1 calendar year after completing the doctoral program. On our website, in the prospective students section, in the applicants section, you can find information for applicants with foreign documents. You may learn about the procedure for legalizing foreign education documents, as well as familiarize yourself with information regarding residence in the Russian Federation. The QR code is presented on the slide, and it will direct you onto that page.
Отдельное внимание хочется обратить на те условия, которые созданы в нашем университете для логичного завершения в аспирантуре и защиты кандидатской диссертации. Так, в Уральском государственном педагогическом университете на данный момент действует 3 диссертационных совета по защите диссертации на соискание ученой степени кандидата и доктора наук. Информация о них также представлена на слайде и размещена на сайте университета, на который можно пройти через представленный QR-код.
I would like to draw your special attention to the conditions created at our university for the smooth completion of postgraduate studies and the defense of the doctoral thesis. Currently, the USPU has 3 dissertation councils for the defense of the thesis, for the academic degree of candidate of sciences, and for the academic degree of doctor of sciences. Information about them is presented on the slide and is also available on the university's website, which can be accessed through the provided QR code.
Диссертационный совет по педагогическим наукам рассматривает научные работы по теории и методике обучения и воспитания, специальности указаны на слайде. Диссертационный совет по филологическим наукам работает по научным специальностям русский язык, языки народов России, а также теоретическая, прикладная и сравнительно-сопоставительная лингвистика.
The Dissertation Council for Pedagogical Sciences reviews scientific works in the field of theory and methodology of teaching and education. The specific specialties are listed on the slide. The Dissertation Council for Philological Sciences operates in the field in the following scientific specialties: Russian language of the peoples of Russia, as well as theoretical, applied, and comparative linguistics.
Объединенный диссертационный совет, созданный на базе двух организаций Южно-Уральского государственного университета и нашего университета, проводит защиты по психологическим наукам, обеспечивая такие научные специальности, как общая психология, психология личности, история психологии и педагогическая психология, психодиагностика цифровых средств.
The Unified Dissertation Council, established on the basis of two institutions, South Ural State University and our university, conducts defenses in the field of psychological sciences, covering the following scientific specialties like general psychology, personal psychology, history of psychology, pedagogical psychology, and psychodiagnostics of the digital educational environments.
Помимо успешно функционирующих диссертационных советов, Уральский государственный педагогический университет является учредителем 4 журналов, входящих в перечень Высшей аттестационной комиссии при Министерстве науки и высшего образования Российской Федерации. Это журналы «Педагогическое образование в России», «Политическая лингвистика».
In addition to the successfully functioning dissertation councils, the Ural State Pedagogical University is the founder of 4 journals included into the list of the Higher Attestation Commission under the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Russian Federation. The journal Pedagogical Education in Russia and the journal Philological Linguistics,
журнал «Специальное образование» и журнал «Филологический класс», который помимо перечня ВАК индексируется в международных базах данных Web of Science и Scopus.
Also the journal Special Education and the journal Philological Class, which is registered not only in the Higher Attestation Commission, but it is indexed in international databases such as Scopus, Web of Science, and ERIC+.
Также на базе университета регулярно организуются научные мероприятия международного и всероссийского уровня. В университете действуют специальные научные общественные объединения. Это студенческое научное общество и совет молодых ученых. Для иностранных обучающихся в мае 2024 года было основано общественное объединение «Международный клуб дружбы УрГПУ». Его цель – установление дружеских взаимоотношений между всеми представителями университета.
Additionally, the university regularly organizes scientific events at both international and nationwide levels. There are scientific public associations within the university, including the Student Scientific Society and the Council of Young Scientists. For international students, the International Friendship Club of the Ural State Pedagogical University was founded in May 2024. Its goal is to establish friendly relationships among representatives of all cultures and nations of our university.
В заключение хочется отметить, что аспирантуру нашего университета уже выбрали представители Китая, Таджикистана, Казахстана, Сирийской Арабской Республики, Камеруна. Уже 11 аспирантов-выпускников успешно защитили диссертацию. Мы будем очень рады, если представители вашей страны выберут обучение в аспирантуре Уральского государственного педагогического университета. Мы будем с нетерпением ждать вас в Екатеринбурге.
In conclusion, it is worth noting that the postgraduate program at our university has already been chosen by representatives from China, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, the Syrian Arab Republic, and Cameroon. 11 postgraduate studies have successfully defended their thesis. We would be very pleased if representatives from your country choose to pursue their studies in the postgraduate program at the Ural State Pedagogical University. We eagerly await your arrival in Yekaterinburg. So that's all. If there are any questions, we would be very glad to answer them. Максим, можно последний слайд?
Baik, untuk teman-teman di Indonesia, apakah ada pertanyaan?
And again, I remind you about the feedback which we beg you to leave for us after our meeting and our forum. So, dear friends, are there any questions?
There's a question in the chat, Miss.
In the chat? Скажите чат, пожалуйста.
Так, существуют ли докторские программы, основанные на исследованиях? Интересный вопрос. Алексей, что хотите? Sure, we have doctoral programs, and all theses prepared during these programs are based on research. It cannot be done differently. Tak.
Bu Okvida, terima kasih Bu Okvida.
Sama Dokter Ade.
Ini Bu Okvida, kalau di Indonesia itu ada dua jenis program doktor ya. Pertama program doktor yang diselenggarakan secara perkuliahan umum, ada teori, terus kemudian setelah itu baru melakukan riset ya. Yang kedua itu program doktor by riset, artinya tidak ada perkuliahan, tetapi mahasiswa sejak awal sudah menyiapkan proposal penelitian dan itulah yang diuji dan dijadikan sebagai dasar disertasinya. Nah, pertanyaan saya, apakah di sana ada program doktor seperti jenis yang kedua tadi, by research?
By research.
Ya, jadi bukan research base masuknya, tetapi by research itu tidak ada perkuliahan, tetapi ada proses bimbingan terhadap proposal riset yang diajukan dan menjadi dasar untuk disertasi berikutnya. Nah, itu maksud by research itu.
Saya coba tanyakan ya.
Ya, coba.
Miss Daria, Dr. Ade asks about the doctoral program in USPU. Is there any for doctoral studies in USPU? Is there any program about doctoral by research? So it means in Indonesia we have a program, a doctoral studies that we already have the research and we just we don't attend the classes. We just do the research like that, and then the university will help us with the research. So we call it
quite clear. You mean?
We call it postgraduate doctoral by research, like that. Would you like to share the slide about the doctoral
Does
program?
this doctor in Indonesia need to undergo some education, special education, or just defends what he or she has researched?
Yeah, we already have the research like that, and
they
then
gain the doctoral degree.
Yeah.
Defending these results of research.
Yes.
Без обучения можно ли получить Ну, здесь даже вот они говорят, почему исследование, это так, может быть, не совсем перевод того, что они имеют в виду, что доктор получает докторскую степень на основании проведенного исследования, может быть, совокупности исследований. Вот как раньше у нас тоже такое было, что человеку присуждалось по совокупности работ. Да? Окей. Ну, если я их правильно поняла, что они имеют. We have the situation when a person can gain doctoral degree for the quantity and quality of his research works that he has produced. So if it is something alike with what Dr. Riza meant, so we have it in this form.
Pak Ade, sepertinya di USPU ada programnya, Pak. Jadi kita sudah yang itu tadi ya, yang dokter by research itu ya, Pak. Atau mau diminta ditampilkan slide-nya lagi, Pak?
If you need
itu masih di silent, Pak.
If you need
There
it
might,
in more detail, we may describe it personally to Dr. Riza,
Okay.
and we shall see if this is the same or not the same as you have in Indonesia. Mhm.
Yes, actually we have kind of doctoral first conventional. We have to attend the class,
yeah.
and there's 2 semester to learn about theory, and then we can make a proposal research. But there's other types of doctoral in Indonesia. It's called doctoral by research. So we need to attend the class and make 2 semester for learn about theory. We just propose our proposal, and it will be the best for promoter to examine the proposal and decide if we continue or not continue the proposal of the dissertation.
So we need to discuss it separately because it's a bit not clear at the moment. Mhm.
Yeah. I think that's okay. We can continue
Yes.
with by chat or email. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay. Is there research student programs, but not into master degree, either graduate degree program, research student programs? Every level of our education in the US, in our university and in Russia, contains research for students. Bachelor degree students have their coursework and final paper, as well as the master degree students and doctoral degree students. So all levels are producing some sort of research. Just the quantity and quality, the volume of it may be different. Courseworks are small works, and the doctoral dissertation is a huge volume.
Miss Daria, I also
So,
want to ask you something about
you're
this
welcome.
postgraduate doctoral. How about scholarship? Is there any scholarship, or how we can get it?
Стипендии, как получить стипендию? Ну, любой уровень, как они могут получить стипендию? Иностранные обучающие. Как грант, как грант. There are special quotas, special number of places which are distributed by the Ministry of International Affairs, and you should see on their side, website, whether there is such an opportunity. So actually, one of the QR codes was dealing in our doctoral program. In the presentation, we had a QR code, and we will share all the presentations with you, which gives some information about international students. You may see there, and on the side of the Ministry of International Affairs of Russia. There are scholarships for master degree students, I'm sure, and I distributed this information to my friends who live in Russia, for example. So, but each year it changes somehow, and the number of places is different.
Okay, thank you, Miss. Is there any more question?
Saya boleh nanya, Bu Yani?
Ya, silakan, Pak.
Bu, apakah ada kemungkinan kami dari Magister Ilmu Administrasi itu membuat kolaborasi dalam penerbitan artikel dengan kampus USPU? Itu yang pertama, karena fokusnya mungkin agak berbeda, tapi mungkin ada yang bisa interdisipliner atau multidisipliner. Yang pertama. Yang kedua adalah kami punya program kompetisi esai yang dilakukan oleh klub mahasiswa, klub organisasi mahasiswa. Apakah bisa kerjasama dengan UPSU dalam penyelenggaraan ini? Itu aja, Pak Bu Yeni.
Ulangi dulu ya, Pak.
Ya,
Pertama, kemungkinan menjalin kerjasama dalam penelitian ya, Pak?
ya, penerbitan.
Penerbitan jurnal ya.
Hmm.
Penerbitan jurnal ilmiah. Dan yang kedua, kerjasama
Kompetisi esai
dalam kompetisi esai.
yang diinisiasi oleh mahasiswa kami.
Oke, dari Unkris ya.
Ya, betul.
Okay. Miss Daria, there's a question from Mr. Saifuddin Zuhri. He asks about, is there any possibility if we conduct such a collaboration or in publishing journal from Unkris to USPU, between Unkris and USPU? And the second one, is there any possibility if the student from Unkris also have a collaboration in having essay competition, because in Unkris they have an essay competition that is conducted by the students like that. So there are two questions, Ms. Daria.
So the first question is
clear?
about collaboration.
Yeah.
About collaboration in the sphere of publication in our journals is all possible. I must say hello to Sai. Thank you for your question. Very glad to see you here at the forum for the second day. And just we need to have some mutual basis for producing a research, because each journal is each of the enumerated scientific journals are very serious, and the articles are seriously reviewed. So that is why the research must be maybe not big, but very interesting and new in the field of science, and we should find some mutual points of collaboration for this in order to produce such research and describe it in the article. Yes, it's possible. And our philological class, for example, publishes articles on methodology of teaching languages in English and sometimes in other languages. So, of course, our journals are specific, but we may publish in Russian as well. In the journal, for example, on pedagogical education in Russia, here all subjects can be presented, and we can publish there physics, articles in teaching physics or teaching, I don't know, management, whatever. So, and other journals which we have are very specific, like pedagogical linguistics publishes articles in linguistic research, and special pedagogy publish in the sphere of teaching children with disabilities and developing such children. So the second question was devoted to contest of sites, you've said, right?
The essay contest.
You have such a contest?
Yes, essay competition conducted by the students of Unkris.
And they produce their own sites or what?
Mr. Saifuddin?
Ya.
Bisa dijawab? Yang produce esainya? Student ya?
Student di se-Indonesia sama internasional.
Okay.
International competition essay.
Oh, that's international competition essay, Miss Daria. So student make the essay.
So if you share with us this information, we will see individually what kind of a contest it is. Of course, we are open to all cooperation, and we are glad to participate with you in something together. We ourselves conduct a lot of contests and a lot of activities on the basis of our university, where we invite you and hope you and your students will also participate in some of them.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
It will be nice, yeah, to have the
Yeah.
collaboration with you.
Dear, dear friends, I ask you again to fill in the form
Ya,
with this
teman-teman.
QR code. We need your feedback. Please do it right now because we have finished already. We have presented all the information of the forum for today, and the only thing we need desperately is your feedback. Your opinion and your impressions are very important for us in order to continue our collaboration, cooperation, and mutual links and improve our events in the future. So please do it right now.
Baik, teman-teman, ini waktunya sekarang untuk mengisi feedback dari code yang sudah di-share oleh Miss Daria.
Pastikan kalau dalam bahasa Indonesia juga mungkin tidak apa-apa, Bu.
Ya.
Ya diinformasikan kalau tidak bisa dalam bahasa Inggris, dalam bahasa Indonesia.
Oh iya, baik. Berarti jawabannya bisa dalam bahasa Indonesia itu ya, Pak?
Ya, saya kira bahasa Inggris lebih baik, tapi kalau ada yang kesulitan bahasa Inggris dan tidak bisa menggunakan Google Translate, ya dalam bahasa Indonesia nggak apa-apa.
Iya. Terima kasih Pak Dr. Ade. Baik teman-teman, boleh mengisi feedbacknya bisa dengan bahasa Inggris atau bahasa Indonesia, bahkan ada yang bisa berbahasa Rusia tadi. Ya teman-teman yang bergabung di sini silakan, mereka mungkin sangat butuh feedbacknya. 5 minutes, Miss Daria, is it okay? We give time for 5 minutes to do this.
To do the feedback, yes, of course.
Yes. Okay. Boleh jika sudah ada yang memberikan feedback, boleh di-share di chat supaya Miss Daria dan teman-teman tahu kalau kita sudah memberikan feedback. Is it still possible to ask one more question, Miss Daria, while waiting for our friend doing the feedback?
Okay. So you wanted to ask something?
Yeah, Miss Isabella. I check on USPU website. There's Miss Isabella asking, Miss. Extramural mode.
Чат откройте, пожалуйста. Заполняет feedback. Кто-то там что-то спросил.
Maaf untuk Miss Yuanita.
Feedback from.
Si wanita, linknya ada di.
We have only QR code here for the feedback.
We have already sent the link.
Thank you very much.
And you also have QR code. I sent in, not for, give me a second, please.
Maybe in the chat?
Yeah, in group chat, yeah, sure.
Thank you, Miss Joyce, already done.
Все, сейчас Максим отправит уже, не надо. Они там с той стороны наши коллеги отправят. Спасибо. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
What is
the only word I know in Indonesian?
In Rusia, pasiba.
Yeah.
Pasiba. Okay.
Yes. So, do we need to make a folder as the traditional one?
Of course. By all means.
Yeah. How about the last question, Miss Daria?
Yes, of course. Always ready.
The last question already answered or not? From Miss Isabella?
Can you read it, please?
Oh, this one. I check on USPU website. There's extramural mode of study for master degree. So does it means it is possible to attend master degree virtually? Virtually or?
Theoretically, it's possible, but at the end, the
final attestation, final examinations, and the defense of the thesis is done here on the territory of the university.
Oh, okay. Miss Isabella, is it answered, yeah? Thank you so much for the participant that already done the feedback. Miss Daria, I think most of our participant already done the feedback.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's we really appreciate it. It's very important for us. So, are we finishing?
Yeah, we will
Dear
take a photo
colleagues,
first.
Yes. Have we done the photo?
Not yet, I think.
Bu,
Ya.
diarahkan agar semua peserta menyalakan kameranya, Bu.
Boleh, baik.
Mohon bantuannya.
Teman-teman boleh membuka kamera ya. Siapa yang akan bantu mungkin dari panitia Unkris?
Bu Kiki, Bu Kiki.
Atau saya? Boleh saya ya? Nanti saya
Вы
share ke Bu
можете,
Kiki.
Максим?
Sebentar, mana dia? Oke. Baik. Yuk kita pasang posenya.
Настя,
Ya.
ты сделаешь фотографию?
Ya.
Yeah.
Okay, I will count until 3 ya. Let's take the pose. 1, wait, just wait. 1,
great.
2, 3. Okay, yeah, you can raise your hand.
Love sign.
Yeah, sign ya. Okay. Again.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3.
Опять?
Yeah, we have 4 slides in here. I will make it for the second slide. Just wait. Second slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we go to the third slide. Third slide. 1, 2, 3. And then we go to the last slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you for the
participating in this event. It was a pleasure for us to share the information about our university. So, and we hope for further fruitful and long-term cooperation.
Yes. Is there anyone who want to give comments or what?
Ya,
Dr.
Bu.
Ade, please.
Kami berterima kasih mendapat satu kesempatan yang sangat berharga serta mendapat informasi yang sangat penting tentang budaya, tradisi, nilai-nilai, dan sistem pendidikan di Rusia. Dan ini menjadi keyakinan bagi kami untuk dapat membangun kolaborasi yang lebih erat di kemudian hari dengan USPU, dan kita menantikan bentuk-bentuk kegiatan lain yang akan memberi manfaat bagi kita bersama. Sekali lagi terima kasih.
Yeah, Ms. Daria, Mr. Ade give his appreciation for this event and wish another collaboration that we will conduct later after this event. Thank you so much for all the information you gave to us, and it will make a remarkable experience for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you again
Спасибо,
from our
спасибо.
part.
Pasiba.
Terima kasih.
One more comment, maybe one more appreciation for our
Student?
yes. Oh, from Unkris student ya, Pak?
Ya. Unkris student.
From Unkris student, maybe, please.
Dibantu diterjemahkan. Siapa salah satunya? Ada siapa di sini?
Tuh.
Joshua, mungkin Joshua.
Oh ya, boleh Pak dipanggil Pak.
Ya, silahkan Mas Joshua. Ketua
Mas Joshua
kelas.
ada. Student from Unkris who want to say something, please. Masih malu-malu sepertinya student from Unkris nih.
Suggesting the information,
Ade.
and maybe later they will have questions. And of course, we are open anytime. You may write to us and we will answer.
Baik, terima kasih saya kira.
Terima kasih. Thank you so much. Maybe we can close it now, Miss Daria.
Sure.
Sure.
Yes,
Okay.
we've discussed everything planned, and we will plan something new now. We'll be planning something new, okay? Some new event with our favorite Unkris University.
Hopefully ya. Mudah-mudahan dengan adanya event yang sudah 2 hari ini akan terbangun kolaborasi lebih erat antara Unkris dan USPU, dan itu akan berjalan dengan secara profesional dan efektif gitu ya. Dan mudah-mudahan ini tidak hanya antar dosen tapi juga antar mahasiswa. Dan banyak manfaat yang kita dapatkan di 2 hari ini. Terima kasih banyak teman-teman atas kehadiran teman-teman semua. Terima kasih untuk pemateri dari USPU. Kita say raise your hand and waving goodbye till we meet
Bye.
again ya. And selama 2 hari ini terima kasih banyak telah menemani dan telah mendatangi Pasiba ya, Pasiba. Kita tutup bersama dengan mengucap hamdalah, alhamdulillahirobbilalamin, dan selamat sore, sampai bertemu lagi di lain kesempatan. Kami tutup dengan assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye bye.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Goodbye Miss Daria. Nice to see you.
Bye. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Terima
Thank you,
kasih.
Miss Anastasia. Thank you. Terima kasih semuanya.
Sama-sama. Sama-sama.
Sama-sama. Pasiba. You may leave the room.